Hi. Actually, don't want to be in this one. I'll start on this one. Um, hello. I think we're gonna wait a couple more minutes just in case. Hi. How's it going? How's everyone's day been? I slept like 4 hours. I'm trying my best. Hi, hi. Guess what we can do while we're here? I'm feeling excited but also anxious. Actually, is the music playing? Give me a sec. This is the best time to actually check if stuff is working. What am I thinking about? I don't know. I did turn off all the redeems and stuff because most of what I'm gonna be doing today is just typing. So I don't see much issue with stuff breaking on like art programs and stuff. Um, you know if your archive this one on YouTube or someone permanent for reference. Yes, this is gonna be archives is gonna be available for everyone, and I hope I can make a video out of it. Hopefully, if um if it looks like it's gonna work, like it's gonna work out. If not, I may re-record some parts, but like the idea is make a video out of it. I would like more people to like get into game dev. You mean I can't reboot you? No, today there's no reason to reboot me. No reboot, no stretch, no drink water, no none of that. Um, Mostly so I can like actually um keep on pace of like what I'm doing, and it's also partially because I want the ask question to be easier to see. Yeah, no water. I mean, I still have water here. I just will take it as I see fit, you know? If I forget, then that's on me, but like, it should be fine. I drank water. There you go. Um, yeah. Just a regular airman. Yeah, yeah. Mostly just want to like keep in track of the stuff that we're doing today. Mm, let's see. I don't know when would be like a good time to start. Like, I mean, I guess I could start now, or I guess we could like always just start by like downloading the stuff that like, needs to be downloaded. Um, so let's get like the latest version of Ren'Py, and let's get the latest version of VS Code for the people who don't already have it. This is like the first fucking things we need. It's absolutely necessary for this to like work properly. Okay. Hi. Feel free to just watch or to follow along. Um, right now on the pinned, there's all the assets you have so that you can actually follow along with the stuff. I'm gonna try to pace it so that we're going not too fast. Today I'm probably gonna like over explain things a little bit, and I'm probably gonna make it like not kind of dumbed down because I don't think anyone's dumb, but like I'm trying to make it like really easy even for people who've never coded to like do stuff. Ren'Py, to be fair, really feels like pseudocode. Like everything's like very easy on Ren'Py. With the caveat that I am not a professional at Ren'Py. I have used it many times, but um, I'm here mostly to like show people how easy it is to actually do something, right? Like it's like um promoviendo question mark. um I'm just trying to make more people get into game dev. And through the means that I know and the means today are Ren'Py, I think it would be fun. Today you're gonna have me on the gaming screen, which is just like a fucking flat screen, just so that it's easier to read all the stuff. A program not expert at programming, yeah. The program itself, it's not. used to programming. Like, are you saying that Spotify is an expert at programming? Like, no, right? Does have an algorithm though. Yeah. So we copy the address. Go. Exactly. Oh. Where's the chat? What? Sorry. Didn't mean to open the chat. Well, I guess I could also just like open itch. And the download for the assets should be right here. You need to make sure that I mind my own head. Actually, that's crazy. um, okay, let me figure this out. Actually, maybe something like that should be better. So make sure you have like all the stuff downloaded to actually like follow along. Um, so it should be like Ren'Py 8.3.7 and the assets and Visual Studio Code. I don't know how to actually check if people are like to pay attention, but it's not like I also want to do like polls for everything. It's like, are you ready to move on? I guess I'll just like have to gauge. um, yeah, I just want more people to actually get into like game dev, even if it's just like something really simple like Ren'Py. Hmm. Okay, well, let's hope that this is already true. Let's move on. Um, so the first thing we're gonna do is actually just fucking open the demo assets and move them into a folder like right here, basically. Feel free to put them wherever you want. Right now, I'm gonna put them on my desktop just so that it's easier to actually access it. So I don't have to actually like search for them. But we're not gonna be putting them in the project for now. That's very fast, yeah. We're not actually gonna put it in the project for now, just because it's a lot of things. I'd rather like explain it one by one rather than like put them all together, I guess. Hmm, interesting. Um, so we're gonna have the assets open on the taskbar, and we're gonna have Ren'Py open. So I guess the first thing I should do is like set it to the default theme so that it's easier to like actually follow along. I know this is gonna be mostly like a VOD stream, so it should be fine. This is what it's gonna look like to begin with. Um, but yeah, let's go through it a little bit actually. This is what the project's page should look like. Default. Um, Obviously the project section is gonna tell you all the projects that you have. We're gonna start with a new project. Um, Right now I have it saved as like stream demo, but like we're gonna grab it. Oh my god. Why is it so slow? What? Whoa. Is this? Oh, interesting. Okay. My internet is no, my computer is exploding. And once we have that, obviously, we call this one demo day. Continue. Gonna check it for default size because most people have still 1080 monitors, and it's just easier to make assets for that as well. And I'm gonna pick purple. It's gonna create a UI with that default color. It chooses between like black background and the color that you pick, or white background and the color that you pick. This does not affect anything, and you can always change the colors later. Today we're not gonna go on the UI side of things, just because like UI for Ren'Py, like it's a whole like other beast on its own, right? So what we're gonna do is like check some of these like options that we have, like um everything on this side of the menu is gonna be the demo. um the the project name is like stream demo, right? So it's gonna be like all the files related to this like game that we're making. If we like the if we are choosing to like grab a different name of like a different game, it'll open all the base files for that game, and we need to make sure that we're on the same one when actively like trying to mess with a project. Um so I'm so like actually nervous about stuff. Sorry. I hope that I can make sure that this works out. I am much better at like typing out instructions than I am at explaining stuff. So bear with me for a little bit. Um, the open directory will open the base files of the current folder. Um, maybe I should change the color. It it'll open the base files of the folder. So like if you click on it, this will open the actual folder of like where all the demo game stuff is, right? Like you'll be able to open like the images, the audio, and the GUI directly from this. And under edit file, this is where like all the like hi. Do you want me to go through it again while we're at it? I'm just sure like I'm just showing how the menu works. Hi Jaren. Um Here's where all the scripts are gonna be saved. All the main scripts. So like the options, the GUI, the screens, and the script itself are gonna be like hanging out here, and you can open it directly from the launcher. What I usually just only use for real is like this open project button, because it'll open all the files that are related to the project that we're using. That's honestly the only one that I like ever use, just because I'm seeing the whole game as a whole instead of like individual parts, unless I'm missing only with like one thing, but it's very rare. Um Now I think what we're not gonna actually check on anything is like we're not gonna really uh use most of these today. And we're barely gonna use this one. And we're barely gonna use this one. We're just gonna go through most of like the basics, right? Um, just for Jaren, we're gonna need you to get the latest Ren'Py and then also Visual Studio Code if you want to like catch up because we just we just got started. So you know, feel free to like catch up to us right now. In the meantime, I'm gonna open project, and it should open a screen on VS Code. Just check like it is trusted, and it should show like all the files within the project itself. Also, all the assets are linked on the pinned, just in case. Um, oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Yeah, I'm low on energy right now. But also, it's anxiety because it's just, I kept myself up because I couldn't like actually sleep proper. Thank you. All right, now that we have like VS Code open, the first thing we're gonna actually do is go to extensions and install the renpy module. It's this one directly by renpy. It'll just help us um whenever something goes wrong on the code, it'll tell us with time. It is not um already built in. You have to like add it yourself. But it is useful. And the first script that we're gonna open is obviously gonna be script.rpy. This is our base script. I hope that you can see it. Let me see if I can make it larger. Is it this one? Oh, there we go. So control plus and minus can make it more zoomed in and out. Obviously, before we start, just in case if you ever have like any questions on how Ren'Py works, the documentation can be easily accessed directly from the link on here. It'll take you to the website with all the stuff that you need. Um, Ren'Py has pretty good documentation and it's really easy to follow. But um, sometimes I don't even like know where to start. So there's also a ton of tutorials on Ren'Py since it's like a program that has been um updated fairly often and kept track of by like a lot of devs. This is definitely like one of the more accessible game engines, and there's a ton of add-ons that you can add to like besides the stuff that we're gonna do. There's like you know interesting things that people have made to make it easier for you to like add to your game, right? Uh, let's say for example, there's like text effects that you can add that aren't on the base renpy. There's like time choice menus that you can find. um there's like point and click adventure type stuff that you can add. Um, a lot of these add-ons on itch.io, if you search for them, they're free to use. Um, so you can add a lot to your game with stuff that has already been pre-made. Documentation stuff will help just so like if you want to like edit it. But other than that, a lot of people are very nice and will let you use their add-ons to make your game more cool. Also stuff like pronoun picker and like automatic pronoun replacement. So like if your main character chooses their pronouns, it'll automatically like replace it, and I think that's very neat. Hello, Professor. I'm sorry I'm late. My dog did my homework. Hi. We still technically haven't started, so I can give you guys like a minute if you want to like follow along. But yeah, we're working with the latest version of VS Code and the latest version of Ren'Py and the assets that are on the pin right now. Alright, let me grab my notes and actually like start doing things. Hi. So once we're here on the script.rpy, we're gonna delete a lot of this. Like obviously like I like the event and the title. It makes me feel like it's a gacha game and there's a limited edition Gav skin online. I am. Honestly, the original idea was me to have like a little, not a fugi, but like a PNG tuber of like me dressed as like a teacher and having like a pointer stick. Unfortunately, I didn't have time, and I also slept at fucking 7 or 8 a.m. I was like, I'm not doing that. There's no way. Um, wait, what time did I sleep? Maybe like 10 actually. Um, maybe something for next time. Glasses PNG. Yeah, it was gonna be a monocle, but on the X. um. So yeah, what we're gonna do is actually just we're starting and we're gonna fucking delete a lot of this. Um. But yeah, let's just go through like what they actually go right. So the script of the game comes in this file. Let's make sure that we know like hashtags are comments, right? Anything on the right side of a hashtag will not be code. Oh my god, stop calling me on my phone. 1 second, I'm gonna like mute it because like that's giving me a moment to throw up. Actually, let me check. Actually, this sounds like the second time. 1 second, sorry. Oh, okay. I do actually have to go downstairs. That is unfortunate timing. I did not expect to like get anything today. Yeah, dude, Ren'Py. Unfortunately, I do have like something to pick up, so give me a minute. I will be back. Sorry I'm late. Ugh. I didn't expect to actually be called over um something I had to like pick up downstairs. I was like, I didn't even order food. Like how? But no, it's just like a package or something. Hello, I'm here to learn. Uh, feel free to download um the latest version of Ren'Py and the latest version of VS Code to follow along. Yes, like, like you're running down the stairs, running up the stairs. Okay. Let me grab my notes. This one. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is just open script.rpy. That's our main script. This is where the story starts basically. Um the thing with Ren'Py, very interestingly, it's like all the scripts run at the same time, so technically it doesn't matter where you start. But this is like the like main stuff that they give you. Um so I don't really like touch it, right? Like what if it breaks? um if I ever want to start in a different RPY file, we are gonna move. We're gonna like use a jump comment, and then we're gonna move there. But not yet, right? So going through it, um, obviously, people who have like done coding, this is like a lot easier. Anything with a hashtag, and in this case, will be comments. So anything on the right side of a hashtag will just not run, and it is quite useful to like keep stuff organized. Um, anything on the left side will run. So like in theory, you can put a hashtag on this side. The scene will still run, but the hashtag won't. So this side won't appear in the actual game, but this will. It's very useful to actually just keep track of like what's happening. I use it a lot to just like annotate how we're doing, how it's going, what's missing, perhaps, and we start replacing stuff. Um, do a little comment. Oh, that's not correct. Um, hashtags are used for comments. You can see how this can make stuff easier to organize. Characters are declared before the story starts. Label start cannot be changed. Usually labels are where you tell the game where to jump. It's just like markers. It's like, oh, you're here in the story. Label start has to be label start. You can't change the name for this one, or else stuff may break. I suggest not touching it. We're gonna delete the character. We're gonna go through this in a bit. Okay. So, actually, before I delete that one, sorry. So what we're gonna do is actually launch the project to see how this looks. This is like the base game, no sprites, nothing. It should just be called like the name of the project that you gave it, and then the first version, because we haven't changed any of that metadata. Um, Ren'Py comes with like a preloaded GUI. You don't really have to do anything for it to already have like preferences and the about page, like a help page, right? Like it tells you like all the things that already come with a program. It does like do like a save load stuff, like all preloaded, so you don't have to worry about any of that. And like it'll run everything that you have on, right? But since I don't have any of my assets yet inside the project, it'll just give you like a default for anything. So like it tells you like the default image that you're using and the default sprite that you're using. Wow, you've created a game. No way right now. We can actually keep this one open for now. You'll see. Um so yeah, let's actually delete the character because we're not gonna use Eileen, which is the Ren'Py mascot. And we're gonna leave this here for now for a little bit. Let's actually start by defining a character. So obviously like define Eileen was like there before. Whenever you define, it'll make it easier actually to like call which character is actually like speaking. So obviously I'm just gonna be like define G barcode, right? Define G will be character. I'm just gonna be like Gab. And now whenever I use like whenever if I want to make dialogue, whenever I use G, it will be saying that it's my name and I am here. So we're gonna be like, hello world. Oh, 1 second, I'm gonna skip this one. Right. So we have hello world. Nice to meet ya. And we go back to demo day. Actually, we save. Whenever it's not saved, like it won't reload, but like it'll automatically reload the story. And if not, you can always Shift O and then reload manually. It'll automatically just like reset the thing with all the stuff that you've added. And now, yeah, it's like set to my name on the default color for the UI and run the script. It's very, very easy. I think without even like using sprites, it's like extremely easy to just like write a story, right? So I usually delete a couple of these things. So it says declare characters made with this name. The color argument colorizes the name of the character. What it means by the color argument colorizes the name of the character is if you use like as a person who doesn't code very much, when I see like the color argument, this gives me nothing, right? Um, but yeah, you can always add some color to your character. So in this case, it would be like color equals what's my color? It's like 6969 FF. And hashtag because it's a hex code. So this automatically should change the color of my name in the game. If we go back. Alright. Reset. Now it's not on the default name. Yes. So like it used to be in the default UI color and now it is on the color that I set it. Nope. So it'll change it to whatever you want, right? So like if I go like define key character to your sod, right? Character. Your side. And then color blue. Dude, what the fuck is blue in FF00? I can just change this here, it's fine. Let's give you your like blue. 109 BFF. No way right now. That's bestie. There you go. 109 best friends forever. And we give you like dialogue. It's like, I am dear. No weighing right now. I just save. Once it reloads, it'll just appear and we'll have our character names color coded. Right? Very easy. Absolutely absolutely the easiest thing I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, it's crazy. I could probably get away with 007 BFF because you're best friends with James Bond. But yeah, so anything with like honestly, this is like the only time like the hashtag will make it so that it's a hex code with because it's like within the parenthesis. For the people who like don't know code, I guess. Um as long as it's within the not parenthesis, the colons? Come on. The fucking thingies. Apostrophes, there we go. Wait, is it? I don't know. The thingies, right? Like when as long as it's within this, stuff like hashtag and slash and also um what the hell else? I mean I guess parentheses as well will not work as intended. It will just be read as text. Um the only case where this is not true is curly brackets. But we'll see this in a bit. Quotation marks, that's the word. I miss for quotation marks. But yeah. So anything within quotation marks will be read as like its own thing, but not work as the code version of itself. Hi Shy, how you doing? So yeah, let's define every character. Right now, when you go onto the demo and go into the sprites, you'll see that we have Ace, Chai, Gab, Maid, and Tear, so let's just put everyone's name on there. Just because it'll be easier for later. Just copy paste it and like change it. Made Chai Ace. And they're all Tear actually. So Chai, C for Chai, M for Maid, A for Ace. And then just for posterity's sake, we're gonna put this one on Steersod. Chai Vixen. Maid Mage Dev. And Ace Mew. Nice. Go back. Now everyone will be able to like get dialogue lines on. Gonna put Chai as like evil pink. Made like the bluest color ever of all time. Just manually put it at 00. And Ace as like warmer pink. There we go. Everyone's got their own name and color. Let's separate this a little bit. The game starts here. So yeah, let's do something cool and fun first. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab the demo stuff and we're gonna go into the launcher. Um and open the actually like images file this time. We're gonna put stuff one by one, like we're not gonna actually like um put it all together in one point, just so that it's easier to like follow along. So we go to images and we're gonna move sprites, backgrounds, CGs, and these two WebM files in there. We're not moving images or RPY in there yet. That's for later. It's just good to have like all the stuff like ready. But that is for later. That's mostly annotated for help later if you don't know what like's happening. Um so in a second, what you'll see is that like in the images files and in the background scene, there is a room that is called BG room, exactly the same way as it's called in this line scene background room. Ren'Py automatically finds files that have the same name within the project. So if you have something that's like one-to-one, you can always call it directly from the code and it'll automatically appear. So now that we have it, like in theory, let me fucking like reload just in case. And then like in theory, wait, did it reload? Question mark. Disabled. What? Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Sometimes it takes a bit. Maybe it was my bad. But yeah, it'll automatically grab whatever file it has the same name as whatever you called it. Which is it's just good to like keep your files consistent. But there is a way to change them within code. Right? So what we're gonna do, we're gonna leave background room in and scene is how you call backgrounds and show is how you're gonna call sprites in front of background. So let's say scene background room show gab, and then it automatically tells you like which options you have because like I have named like gab and then like the emotions that you get. So let's say gab neutral. Um, if you ever want to check, there's always like looking at the files themselves here or putting them all in a file later. So let's say scene background room show gap neutral. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna delete this. Return will always like return you to the main menu. This ends the game basically, yeah. That's what it said. That's what it is. It's very straightforward. Um let's delete tier set for now. Very easy. Trust. Now I'm in the game. We've moved past having the basic default images, you know? Now we live in a world where we have emotions, perhaps. But we still don't have like a game, so let's keep going. Um So once you like set up a character, right? Like if it's under the same name, since it also automatically like checks for like all the like images that you have saved. If you want to like change expressions, you just go show Gab happy, and it'll automatically change um the same sprite that you put. It will override as long as they're both Gab, right? It's like in theory. Please. Reload. Wait, what? It always like baffles me whenever stuff that like should work doesn't, and half the time it is like my fault. But yeah, interesting. Anyway, in theory it should work. Give me a second. Let me relaunch the thing. It is unfortunate because like 99% of the time I don't have issues with this. But alas, it'd be like that sometimes. Interesting. Okay. Well, what we can do, right? Since it's like not automatically changing it, we're gonna do a gamer moment, and we are gonna go to navigate script, add script, and we're gonna call this one images. We're just gonna declare all the files. Um, gamer moment. It is. It is an unfortunality because like usually it does work, but maybe it's because it's like a file within a file. Generally speaking, it should work. But you know, there's always like ways to go around it. You can also create a file if you right click new file and then put .rpy in the end. We're gonna do that later. But into images and we're gonna delete this. So hi Buzz, how you doing? Let's say hashtag images. This is gonna be basically exactly the same as the images.rpy, but we're gonna go through it one by one, and if you don't wanna like type it all, it'll be there just to drag it directly into the project file later. Also, make sure like if you make a new file, let's say this one is like audio.rpy. Make sure that it's within the game folder and not within like the outside folder, right? We just move it in. Yeah. We need it to be like together. It does read like Ren'Py does read all the scripts at the same time, but it has to be within the game's files and not outside. I'm going back to that one later. Everything's been going pretty good. Oh, there's ads. Well, while that's happening, let me write some stuff down. We're gonna list all the images in the project. All images in the project. And honestly, if they're all within the same file in the game, like instead of like you know, like game slash images, like here, slash backgrounds, you know, like with file within a file within a file, it should work. But for the sake of like also being able to change like the name for stuff, we're gonna go directly to the source. So feel free to just like copy paste what the images say or just follow along. You just this is where you would in theory drag um the assets images file into the main folder, right? We're just doing this for demonstration sake. Um, you don't need to declare these. It does declaring all the images and where they are in the files for the project does make it easier for stuff like these kind of errors to like be able to like be fixed because it's like directly calling from the file and not trying to search for it. You can change. The ads are running, so I'm gonna just like real quickly just like go through all the declaring stuff. You can change the name of the files. If you want to call them something else. Hey, Nerd Queen, how you doing? So we're doing some backgrounds. Well, let me put this like that. Some character sprites. Oh, actually, let me use character sprites. Now we're doing some CGs. And then we're just gonna do other. It's been good. I'm waiting for the ads to run down so that I can actually like explain what I'm doing. Unfortunately, it is the name of the game. You just have ads here, but you know, it's fine. Um, so we have image. I'm just gonna wait for the time to run out. Also, since I have all of this done, I'm gonna copy it from the old file because that's like a bulk of the issue. But for the people watching in the VOD, um, this is pointing all the stuff that is within basically images and then sprites and then gab and then gabanoid.png. So like it's calling directly from the images folder. So yeah, so what we're gonna do is just like fill in whatever's like missing. So image, that's where you call an image. Um Background room. This one did work just fine, but you know, just in case. The folder itself is gonna be called backgrounds. Because that's where it's been saved in the assets here. So we're calling this and then the file, right? Backgrounds slash bgroom.png. If your files are named something weird, make sure that it's exactly as the file is saved. So BG Park, and then we call this one BG Park. Extremely straightforward, but like it does keep it easier if files aren't automatically tracked down for sure. Um, so I have like all the characters separated into their own stuff. It is also easier to like keep track of like what sprites are missing. Like in theory, like if I'm like, okay, so I need like an extra sprite, I can still call like imagine I don't have like a shocked Well, imagine I don't have like an angry, right? Like I haven't added an angry, but I can be like show Gab angry, and then I can just like put here like comment out image Gab angry, and then in theory this is where I would put the thing, and then once I have the sprite itself, I can just like delete it, and it is part of like the files that it's actually searching for. I do this mostly just to like keep track and just in case like there's errors like this where like the sprite didn't load actually, you know? This will automatically make it so that like all the sprites do work. And if it doesn't work, I'll cry. So yeah. Now CGs are I think technically character gallery, but CGs are used in visual novels for like you know those images that cover the entire screen? So like in special events, say like in a romance one, it would be like the kissing scene. It would like take the entire space. Or like a credit scene, like you win, you lose. The last like event of the story image will give you like a full screenshot of like the the fully rendered image instead of just like background and sprite in front of it, right? So what I have given in the sprites is like two backgrounds, 16 different character sprites, and two CGs, and then two extra ones that we're gonna add in a bit. So images, CG, actually, bad end. Oh, image. Keep in mind, at least like as long as you have the Ren'Py add-on installed, it will tell you when you're going wrong on something. Like if I do images, it won't like read as I code, which is why the text is in white on my screen. So we're just gonna like, you know, fix that and then it'll work. It's little errors like that that will also like break the game sometimes. So since Ren'Py uses like Python, it is what do we call him? It is a game that relies on indentation and also uh like the characters have to be like how do I say it? Give me a moment. So it's like indent sensitive and case sensitive, right? Like you will need to put stuff like as lowercase when it's needed and as uppercase if you ever declare it as uppercase. Um so like in theory, like if I put gap happy with an H, it may not work. But like the main issue would be like if I put like label with uppercase letter, it does not read as label anymore. So it has to be like lowercase label start. And say I don't like do this indentation here. Happy. Yeah, happy. Say I don't do this indentation here, it will also just like not work properly. um this one's a bit less egregious, but like if you put like an extra space by accident at any point, it'll also just like break the text, right? So anything that's after label has to be like indented once. Careful. Very important. Sorry I didn't mention this earlier. I did have it in my notes. There's just a lot. I do feel like I should make like a video afterwards to like actually like keep it in pace and together and not be like super anxious about everything. Uh, so we're gonna put bed end, and then this one's in CGs. Oh, also make sure to like properly keep it the slashes because that It's just like checking which folder it's on. Um, CGs, and then bad and dot .png, and then image, good end, and CGs, good end, dot .png. But these, since these are CGs, I do actually want them to be just like CGs for me to like actually know what I'm calling. Once you have like a bunch of CGs, it's actually easier to keep track like what's a background and what's not. This is just like an organizational thing for me. You don't have to do it, but it's just easier for me to like keep track of like what's what, right? Um, and then the last files were Okay, so I did say drag it in. So I was gonna come back to this later, but we're not gonna touch this in a bit, right? So we're gonna circle back to this. If you see what's happening, you see what's happening. But coming back to this. Gonna circle around all the way back because there's like a couple more things down here that can be done. So now, in theory, hopefully, this should work. And if it doesn't, I'll cry. I also don't know why like it's just disabled sometimes. Oh right, I switched it to angry, so there's no angry sprite. It's working though. It's searching for Gab angry. There you go. So now we have all the sprites like properly loaded in, and it should work automatically when you call them. Right. Once again, it's not absolutely necessary if everything is on the same folder, but um, errors arise, and it's just easier to actually keep track of all the stuff if it's actually like well organized. Um, let's see, what else can we do? Check my notes. All right, so let's say we actually want to keep going, right? We're not gonna return because like that's the end of the story. So we're gonna do a jump, and jump will take you to the next label. So let's see, like we just call it like jump main, right? This is like the very basics of like making a little story. Jump is just like where you go, right? This keeps the story going. So we're gonna call this one new file. Call this one, let's say, demo. You can also call it story or main or whatever. Just gonna demo, and then sorry, demo.rpy, and drag it in. Yep. And we start with like label main, and then colon. One sec, my dog's barking. Okay. Okay. So we started label main. It has to be the same name as the label itself. It also can't be 2 words because it'll cause issues. So if you want, say, like story beat 1, right? The story beat 1, it will not read properly. It has to be 1 word, and if you want it to be more than 1 word, make it like something and then like something else. Right? You can make it 2 words. You just have to like be conscious that like stuff will break if you make it 2 separate words. So like main underscore one will also work. Like if you want like snake case, you can be like wogue, right? This will work. That's 2 words, but like it's still one word technically. It's all together. You just don't want any spaces there. So label main, let's say Gab. No, not Gab. I'm declared as he, so I have to be G, and then quotation marks. Whoa. We're making a game. Game? Let's go to a different place, right? Once you use scene, which has been used earlier here, it will kind of like reset what's happening on screen. So we go scene park, background park, and then you can bring in whoever you want, right? Like, so if you want like a character on the right and then a character on the left, what you would do is just like show character, would be in this case Gab, happy at left. Wait. No, it is left. What? Give me a second. Is it? Perhaps I am losing it a little bit. It is left. What? Show got happy at left. I was like, that's not right. Like, I have done this before. What? I don't want move in left. Like, it should work. I don't know automatically, like, it switches, but this works. Trust. And then show, let's say, like, made at right. And it's just like, give them some dialogue. This is default dialogue. And then I am no weighing right now. Wow. Riveting. What an interesting story. And then we just put return at the end for now. Once again, return just takes you back to the main menu, but it's not absolutely like super necessary when troubleshooting stuff just yet. I usually just put it after like the credits roll. Hello world, nice to meet you. Whoa, we're making a game. I see my issue. Made neutral. Let me save. There they are. Very easy. This is default dialogue. I am nowhere right now. We have a story. Yeah, dude, no way, dude, no way, dude. Whoa. Um but yeah, since it just it kind of like jumps very jarringly because it just automatically loads the image. There are ways to like transition between scenes, right? Um so as long as like you don't change scenes, it'll keep just going with like the text, right? Like, so in theory, I can just also just put this down here and it'll run the same. Make sure that like the tab's there. And, you know, like it'll reset the scene once we go to main. But, what we can also do, you know, the main interactivity of visual novels is choices, right? So like, let's make a fucking choice menu. Instead of main, we're gonna fucking do a gamer moment, put menu, and then we call this one the first choice was gonna be like go outside, and then colon, and then jump. We call this one outside. And then we want a different option. We have to go back a tab because we want it to be the indentation just like tells you where it's going, right? Like so the menu holds go outside and then go outside holds jump. Once you press enter, it'll be the same side as jump. You don't want that. You want it to be on the same side as go outside. The good thing is that VS Code tells you exactly where like your code is going with these lines. Um so we just put stay inside because our backgrounds are inside of the room and outside in the park, right? And then we jump inside. Now, you mentioned was go outside touch grass. For real. I mean, you can make it touch grass. Let's just put that like that, right? Um, so what we're gonna do is like, wow, it can jump outside and inside. But our current label is still main. And since this one's the park one, we're gonna call this one outside. And just for like, and now the return does come in handy because like it's not jumping directly to like the next line of code. This will return you to the menu without like breaking the game. Label when there's like multiple stories like within the thing. Since the program will read like all like every single RPY file at the same time, basically. What will happen is that you can put all the story in one RPY file. Like this demo RPY can hold my entire story, no issues. You can have 1 billion lines of code, whatever. For the sake of like organization, in theory, you should have many like script files, right? Like I tend to separate them by roots. I to be fair, I don't really like do super long scripts, but you know, let me like grab my project from like 2023. I have like the romance route, the confrontation route, the altercation route, and that's where I go directly to the endings without having all these lines of code. Like this entire thing is like just like the script, right? Like this, like it can hold everything, but like it's a lot. So make sure to like organize accordingly. You can always just like copy paste like an entire chunk of lines and just move it to a different place. That's always available. Um, that's always like something that's like easier to like keep track of, right? So label outside resets the scene to scene background part, but label inside does not, since we already have the background room called, right? We don't need to like reset it. So we're gonna keep this one on return. We're gonna come back to this one, right? Sure, why not? Let's say that most of the story is like actually outside. So let's start by giving us like an ending, you know? Um since you chose go outside, you win because you touch grass. So let's say like if I want to show the CG, right? Like, hey, you won, you get the good ending. Um let's put show CG good ending. And then we're gonna hide the window of the text. And we're gonna perhaps wait Press pause. So we're gonna hide window and then we're gonna pause. This will make it so that this makes it so that when the screen shows, the player needs to click. So like it'll stay on the screen as long as the player does not click or like press spacebar to go to the next line of code. It's 2 click. Hide window just hides the text window. This is just so like you can actually show the full screen. You don't have to show like a full CG, but it does look nicer. That's why I do it. And then we just give it like a narrator. Imagine you have lost. No, actually, you win because this is a good ending. You win. Wow. You beat the game. If anything, you made a game. At this point, if you have an end, like you have a choice and you have an ending, you win. You've done it. 10 out of 10. So now, in theory, it should work. Whoa, we're making a game. Gonna touch grass. This is default dialogue. I am no way right now. Whoa, you did it. You win. You made a game. I see an issue. Hide window should be before show CG good, I think. It's like in theory. It reloaded. It should work. Hey, why isn't it? I am so serious on that. I don't know why it's not hiding the window. That is what it's used for. Alas. I'll keep it there. I don't think I wrote anything wrong. That should, in theory, like close the window. I am very confused by when stuff just doesn't work properly. Cause I've done this like 20 times already. Like like with playtesting, if anything, I've done it more times than 20 times. It's just like I've just made games and like chucked them out of the window, right? Like this should work. I don't know why it's not. Hide window should work. Sorry. This is perhaps why probably it's better to like just like do a pre-recorded video for stuff like this perhaps. Because it's like I don't know what it is. But at the same time it's like it's good to know that sometimes like stuff will not work, right? And I haven't had this issue before, so I'm just like just as stumped as you are, perhaps. Because it's like this, like it should. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh well. That's what we get, I guess. Oh, you know what? I see the issue. Scene. I think. If this doesn't fix it, then I'll cry. Nope. I don't know what's doing it wrong. I really don't. Because, like, scene is the background, and then show is the foreground, right? So, in theory, you can have, like, anything in front of the scene. I do tend to put CGs as the scene itself, and then, go back. But I genuinely don't know why it's not working, because, like, that always works. That is, like, the one thing that I would think does not break. And I'm saying this because I am looking at it right here, and it works, right? Like, it feels like I'm going a bit crazy, because it's like, that should work. Have I done something wrong? Is the indentation wrong? I don't think it is. Oh well. That's crazy, because like it should work, right? Like I'm not unless they changed it. Imagine. Documentation. Let's do a documentation hour. We're gonna troubleshoot this right now. Just in case. I don't think they should have changed it, because Ren'Py doesn't tend to like just go in and like super break it for you. Oh, I got it open. Firefox, I'll cry. I'm back. We're gonna go to hide. Is that the hide that I'm thinking about? I don't think so. Window hide. Oh, there's that bug. That's crazy. Yeah, it is. But the thing is, right? Like I'm doing like one to what I've done before, and that has worked before, which is why I'm like, what happened? I am very like confused because this 99% of the time worked. This is the first time that it's like failed on me. Because that should be it. Oh, what if I type it again? Hide window. Confused. I really am. That like the changes nothing, but sure. No way by typing this. I am very confused. Because like I've clearly done this before, right? Like I'm not like fucking imagining things, right? We can always just how to hide window run by. Interesting. So there is like a defined thing that we can do. There's always a way to fix stuff. It's just I'm confused as to why it doesn't automatically work. So I think as hmm. Hey Josie, how you doing? Um it is interesting like how stuff will break sometimes. Um because it's like obviously like I know that like there are things that I don't know. Um but at the same time it's like, well, I've used this 50 times before. I'm confused as to why it like broke, you know? um and it's not like I want to like come in and just tell you, "Hey, this works," and then it doesn't. So, let's go to maybe options. right? A lot of the stuff will be in here. We go to search. That's not Shift F, Control F, or Control F, config dot window. See, like after the game has started, this can be changed with window show, window hide, and window auto. Window hide should work. Like it's in here. It says window hide should work. What? I am very confused. Imagine it's backwards. But like the other one worked. I don't know. Can we do window height? I am confused because this has worked before, but we can always try. We're touching grass. It still didn't work. I don't know why it broke. I'll keep it as hide window. Because, like, it should absolutely work, right? What I can also do is just, like, quit. Maybe it'll fix itself. Who knows? In any case, we can just skip to the next bit. Yeah, I am very confused because this is the first time it fixed itself. I didn't do anything. Okay, so I was right. So you see, I wasn't wrong. I didn't change anything. I just reset the game. That's fine. That's fine. This is fine. This is why we troubleshoot things, right? Yeah, the way that Ren'Py reloads is probably the weird bit. Generally speaking, it should work, but like, I was that's generally the first time that window hide has working, like has broken for me. Like that should always absolutely work. I'm like, I'm not fucking spreading misinformation on the internet this time. Not now. Yeah, sometimes the solution is just close it and open it again. For real. So yeah, now we hide the window, show the scene, and it pauses, and you win. Right? We're good. We're good? We're good. Let's actually add some transitions to stuff. Because everything just looks very, like, one note. You don't really have, like, a visual of, like, how stuff appears, right? So, what you get is... Maybe we start with show gap neutral, right? First thing we do perhaps is, by the way, when you do show and then a character, it will default them to the middle. Hi, thank you. I am trying my best and I hope my best is enough. So let me check this one. Script. There are actually a ton of like things you can do to use transitions on the screen. But for now we're gonna do like the very basic, like with fade in, right? Actually, is it with fade, just regular fade. You can put it on the same line. You can put it on the line after, but this will modify the previous show. You can also use scene with, let's say, like, can pixelate. I don't really use pixelate very often. you know, why not? Maybe with dissolve actually. Pixelate. It'll be funny. And then let's put scene background park, and then with dissolve. Um, and then when we can do right, let's write it down here. Just like write it down for preserving like all the options, right? Um, Everything here can be found on the documentation. You can always find it for later, but we can put here transitions. There's more, of course, but these are the ones that I like to use or I think are funny, like Pixelate. I don't see many options where Pixelate is very useful, but it's fun. So we have with fade. It fades to black after the next image. Actually, it is like better use for background, so we're gonna put this one to with fade. And we're gonna do with ease in. And then ease in have like okay, we're gonna call it ease in for now. Okay, with fade. Um Fades to black. Fades to black on fades to black. And then with dissolve. This one fades. It fades into the next image directly. So like one would be like green, then black, then the next screen, and then this one with dissolve would be just screen and then the next screen. Like it wouldn't fade to black in the middle. That's like the main difference between those. Gives it like the fade to black gives it like a pause. So it's like useful sometimes. Um Either way, there is just like a pacing thing. Um there's also that's the ones I use mostly for switching between scenes. Um and then for characters, I like with move. You can move a character from the X position and Y position on the screen. Um, it'll just move the character with move. Then with move in right, left, and then in and out. You have move in, and then you have move in right, or like move out left. You can make it move in left. You can make it move out right. Whatever, right? You have move in and then out, and also right, left, and then top and bottom. Like that's all your options. It'll automatically like know what like right, left, and top and bottom are in Ren'Py, so you don't have to worry about it. But there is a way to like specifically put stuff on the screen. We're gonna see it in a sec. Then there's ease, which is like it goes in a curve, so it like accelerates then decelerates as it like moves in. So ease would be like slows down, comes in fast, then slows down. Crazy sentence. All right. Um, this one has in and out, ease in and then out. So once you do like ease in would be like comes in fast, slows down at the end, and then ease out would be like slow at the end and then whooshes out, right? I think. I don't know. You can try it out as you see fit. And then, and also right, left, top, and bottom. So you can ease in, right, left, or ease in from the bottom or whatever. So let's say ease in, bottom. And it should work. In theory. God, I'll cry if like it breaks again. Imagine, imagine. I'm gonna put pixelate up in here as well. What the heck? Hmm. Oh, 1 second. Sorry, there was like loud people outside. They were passing by, so. Okay. So on top of these, I think some of my favorite ones to use are V punch. With V punch. I forgot to put the with here. With these. With V punch, and there's also with H punch. Thanks, Shy. So with V punch, it's gonna be like a vertical shake, like a sudden vertical shake, right? It's good to like express like shock. It's good to like express like getting hit. It's good. It's good for a lot of things. And H punch is just like a horizontal version of that. So you know, it's like you get punch, H punch, perhaps, and you're shocked, V punch, or like something happens and you're like, oh, you know, it's crazy. You very useful for just like changing in between sprites for sure. So like you go from like, hey, character standing, let's let's do something really funny, right? We grab Ace. Actually, no. We leave that there. Bring in Ace. Because Ace has a gun. So we grab show Ace gun. um and then what we're doing is like with V punch. And and then we change show Gab shocked. And then show made shocked. Wait, I have made shocked, right? No, I have made confused. Let's show made confused then. um it's gonna be fucking stupid. So show Ace gun with B punch, show Gab shocked, and then show made confused. Why not? Shaking in my boots right now, for real, for real. That's fucking sure. Why not? Shaking in my boots right now, for real, for real. And then Ace is like, as Ace is known to be saying, for real, actually. Yeah, chicken in my boots. Right? Let me save. And then we save this as well. These are like very common transitions to use. And just in case, like, we also put like the renpy functions that you can use. here. Fucking hide window. It should work. It should work. Hides text window. And then pause will forces the player to click to go next. Click spacebar. Pause is very much used for like pacing time stuff. So yeah, we'll all this stuff. Okay, so in theory, it's crazy. So let's start. Actually, will it reload this time? There is an issue. There's like a good thing to be said about the way that it actually does tell you like when stuff doesn't work, because like you can always just click on it and it'll tell you exactly like what's like not working. I need this car to die. There's a car outside fucking honking the shit out of their horn. This is also why I don't stream this early. There's just like traffic. Zion with his fucking Cybertruck. Oh man. So it has to be all one word, easy and button. Now, in theory, it should work. Automatically reloads, and it tells you that it runs. I mean, it tells you that it runs by not giving you the error message. And now there's a transition between, like, all the images, and it's less jarring than before. Whoa, we're making a game. Let's go touch grass. This is default dialogue. I am no wing right now. Oh my god, shaking in my boots for real, for real. Nice, you did it. You win. You got shot by Ace Mew. Crazy, but it works. So, I guess I should actually move these further up because these are like full screen stuff, but it helps. um, in theory, if you, okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's go back to images.rpy. We're gonna still disregard other. We're gonna come back to this later, and we're gonna go all the way down, and we're gonna make our own transition, right? We're gonna make a cool little shake transition, just in case you want like your character to shake and not the full screen, right? So what we're gonna do, I think this is what it's gonna do. We're gonna call this one shake. Again, this should be already in there if you move the image.rpy file into your project. You don't have to do anything. But for demo's sake, we're gonna do this here. I'm gonna make a new transition. Call this one, oh, transform. Because it's like transforming the position of the image. I'll call this one shake. Then we got linear. 0 point, say 0.90. Y offset. Y offset. And -10. And linear. 0.70. Bit less than that. X offset. -7. And then linear. 0.90. Y offset. Oh, X offset. +0. linear 0.70. Usually I keep track of where I find these things, but I generally do not remember where I got this lines of code in particular. So unfortunately, I just know that it does its job. And we repeat one time. That's like amount of times it'll repeat. Just like that, you've made a game. Yeah, we're making a game. Repeat one. All these numbers can be messed around with, and it'll just like fix itself, right? Just fucking move them around. It'll do wonders just to like mess with numbers for fun. I'm gonna close options are up here for now. We're gonna go back to that later. Um so we go kept shocked with shake. Because I am shaking in my boots right now for real, for real. You know? Yeah, dude, we're making a game right now. It's crazy. Um Give me a second. With swag. Okay, I'm just gonna give you a line of dialogue that says like I'm confused with swag. But with swag. There you go. You're now saying this. So let's separate these just so that it's visually easier to see. Is that Among Us? No, there's no shock main mage, unfortunately. Confused like it's like swag. Alright. There you go. Confused slash swag. That's your sure, why not? Now in theory, if we go touch grass. Something broke! As intended. Oh, it's an old widget. Okay, so it doesn't work anymore. That's fair. I feel like it's stuff like that I've had like saved for a while. So it's like, well, it breaks. Negative 77? When the fuck did I put that one? That's like a lot. Keyword argument, old widget. Interesting. Would it make any difference if I do like fake? I don't think it would though. Yeah. Alright, so let's skip it, just delete it. If I do see a better way to do it, I will find out and add it to the stuff to put in the VOD. Not the VOD, but like, if I make a YouTube video, I'll add a way to fix it. I'm not gonna go check on the documentation right now because checking on the documentation will take like a while longer than I would want it to. So instead, I will do something that I know does work. Right? Let's go actually put characters on the screen. Right? Yeah, no, I mean, I'm gonna have to like not just do an edited down version. I think I'm just gonna restart because like anxiety brain makes it harder for me to actually keep stuff in the order that I wanted it to originally. And that's just how it is. Actually, I also the unfortunate thing about VODs, right? Like I do have to wait for people to get out of the ad break and the ad break starting, so I need to like wait like the 3 minutes of or whatever that is happening. So the pacing is like kind of pee and poo-poo, perhaps. It's fine though. Okay, one run of Overwatch. No, that's 8 minutes at least. That's not happening. Um, so Shake doesn't work because it's an old widget. That's my bad. Should have checked, honestly. My bad. There surely are better ways to doing that, but I do not know them off the top of my head. So we'll come back to that later or sometime else. I will come back with the stuff I do know, which is alignment on screen. So like say we want like a fucking 5-person screen, right? We want all the people on the screen right now to appear. Say, let me grab my handy dandy tool to write down things, right? So like say we have like a screen, right? So far, we only have the middle, right, and left. But what if we want to have like in between spots? What if we just want like this one and this one? No way right now, right? So the way that Ren'Py works is that you can always put anything in any position on the screen. And I think if I'm not wrong, um like this is like 0 and this is like 1 and this is like 1, right? So if you put something at like say 0.25, it will be like a quarter of the screen, and then 0.75 will be 3/4 of the screen, right? So with this, this also works the same on the y-axis. So what we're gonna do, and this one will work because I use it all the time, is we're gonna make new alignments. This one, once again, is already in the images.rpy file. I will have to edit it later, but it's fine because I will put the full project together. Do those numbers scale with the resolution of the screen? No, because it's very set to like percentage. So it would be the equivalent of being like, this is the 0% and this is the 100%, right? So like at 25% of the screen, this character will appear. It makes it easier so that you don't actually have to see like exactly like what pixel you're on. But there are things that do need like very specifically the pixel amount. That's mostly GUI. We're not gonna touch it. Maybe if I revisit this later on, we'll also do that. But this is also my first time like trying to explain something. If people ask for this again, I will do it again. Listen to confirm. Yeah, maybe. We can also go through like add-ons because there's a lot of like really fun add-ons that you can add that people have made for free. All right, so let's do an alignment that will add the position that is just like slight left and slight right, right? This is what we want. We're gonna need these. It's not like OBS or Blender. It's just like you add RPY files that already have like code, and it'll automatically work. Like people have just made the bulk of the stuff for you, and you just like edit it as you see fit. It is very straightforward. Trust. We're gonna see um 2 different ones today. I didn't want to put too many, but I'm putting my favorite ones that I use all the time, and I know work, and not spreading misinformation on the internet. um, Also, all the attributions for those stuff where I got it from is in the demo assets file, which is also in the pin once again. Let's see. Or for, I guess, VOD watchers, if you can't see the pinned or aren't on the Discord, or it isn't in the description for some awful reason, you go to itch.io, get barcode, Ren'Py assets. It should be in there somewhere. So yeah, let's make more spots for characters to line up in, right? So like, let's add slight left and right. So two more spots where the characters are gonna be in it. We put transform left. You can call this whatever you want. I call it slight left just because it's easier for me to remember since I've always called it that, but you can call it like S left or like middle left or whatever. As long as it's just like one word together, it should be fine. Much like the labels. Fix the line. 0.25. And then Y line. 1. And then transform. Slight right. Fix the line. 0.75. And then Y line. 1. We're not moving them from the spot at the bottom. Just the Y line will not move, but the next line will. So we can do something here. Now, if we go to demo, and let's put all of these inside, right? Like, let's say that like, oh, I don't know if I mentioned this. If you don't put a character that has been um defined earlier, this can just run it like a regular narrator. You can always put just text in there. It doesn't have to be attributed to any character. I'm good. Thanks, Skip. um, but yeah, let's like add like a bunch of characters, right? Like, let's say we went to show Gab, neutral, and then we've Eason with Eason, or should it be move? Eason left. We'll do that. Eason left. Add left. I usually work with only like two characters, to be fair. Like my stories are very short, so I only like a small amount of characters. Just like sub 5 characters perhaps. Um so I tend to just be like show, Gab, and then with and then at um it's easier that way, but it doesn't have to be the way that I do it, right? As long as it works. Let's move Gab neutral enough. So like right now, Gab originally middle. This one should move it the sprite all the way to the left. Then we can show, let's say, where the order that I put them? I think it's like Gap tier, made, chai, ace. Yeah, all right. Show, tier, neutral at slight left with ease in bottom. Then show made neutral at I don't need an at because that's in the middle with ease in bottom. Then we're gonna show chai neutral at light right with again ease in bottom. It's just once you get like the hang of it, it's just very straightforward. And show is neutral at right with ease in bottom. Then what you do is just fucking lemao, right? Lemao. I am saying this. All my friends are here. But like, what if I want to like lemao and then pause and then all my friends are here? Very easy. Curly brackets. I put wait. W for wait. This will automatically make it so that it pauses in the middle of this sentence. And you click, and then I'll do the rest of the sentence. So it'll be lemao, pause. All my friends are here. Now save. Hello world, nice to meet you. We're making a game. All my friends are here. No waiting right now. There we go. Obviously, you don't tend to have like 5 characters in a row all the time. Um, if you want them to be a little bit more spaced out, you can also be like making a new transform, maybe a little bit further right. Like if you want to put them at like X line like 90 or something, and like 10%, like a 0.1 and then a 0.9. That should automatically make it like further out than the default left and right. But I don't think it's absolutely necessary, so I'm not gonna use it. But yeah, that's how you would like do stuff. But like as you saw, like the the way that everyone came in, like it took like a second for everyone, right? Like what if we want to make it like faster? That's where we can put seconds. So I think if in theory we can like put like 0.5 here, and I think that works. Like that's like half a second because this is in seconds. I could be wrong, but we can always try it, right? Like if it breaks, it breaks. And then chai. Make it chai at like 3 seconds. Like have like 1/3 of a second. And A's will take like a full 2 seconds. Why not? Um, let's try that out. Okay, so I did break, just in case, you know. Let me check my notes. There is a way to do it. That being said, I don't really use these modifiers very often, which is why I'm not surprised it broke. I just tend to leave it very basically on like the default amount. So, you know, I was expecting this to kind of break in this particular instance. It also did make it purple, which I wasn't expecting. Let me check. Mm, thinks about it. Hmm, interesting. That should have worked. Move transition can only be applied to one or all layers, not float. Hmm. Interesting. Move transition arrays from layers not template. Hmm. That's fine. Let's just take it out. There is a way to do it. Perhaps I'm just doing it wrong this time around. It's fine. In the okay, so um, when stuff breaks, right? There's always like ways to like check it. I think in this particular case, there is a tutorial that I put in the assets under additional notes, all the way down here on transitions. There is a way to do it. I'm just misremembering it. It's in here if you want to like search and like look at it. There are other people who are like better at explaining than I am because I am not very used to this specific kind of modifier. But it's in there. I put a bunch of stuff on the additional notes if you like want to like read it out. There's like a lot of like add-ons that are interesting. There's a couple YouTube tutorials and channels that I really like. And there's just like a way to like change your like Ren'Py skin if you like really like want to change the launcher skin because that's fun. There's also like all the attributions for the extra stuff that I put in there that is free to use but not made by me. So let's just leave it at like Ethan, right? That works. We don't need to change it. Um, when are you gonna learn how to make Ren'Py? Right now. We're making a game. Let me sit down. Proper. I say proper, I say cross my legs. Um, but it's kind of boring, right? Like, you only have like two questions. Like, you have like one question and it takes you directly to the end. And like, yeah, in theory, you can make it so like, say, as a flowchart, right? You have like the story. Oh, new layer. You can have like the main introduction to the story. This would be our script .rpy bit, right? And then you have like choice one, and it takes you to um, you know, choice one A, and then choice one B. And then you can just like keep going, right? Like, and if you choose something weird, and then you go to choice B, choice choice two, and then it would be like choice two A, choice two B, and this one's choice three, and then you can even do something crazy and just fucking make it like choice two B or choice three A, and choice 3B, right? And then you get like ending, ending, ending. You can do whatever you want with this. Like this can go on forever. You can just take the people and jump to different places in the script. you can even fucking do something stupid and like choice 3B into choice 1A, right? Like you can always just like circle back around to whatever you're doing. It doesn't like however you want to like make the story, it's like you can do it. But it is technically a game. If you want to make it more interactive, this is where we add like choice values. Just like values in general. To like I add some spice to life, right? In theory, this is what like more like dating sim stuff kind of works. Like simulation type games will keep track of like all the values of stuff. So like, oh, if your replies are more um like if you have more charm or if you're like smart or if you're like this or if you're like that, it'll keep track of like your values of your character or it'll keep track of like stuff that you have. So if you pick up like a note and then it'll keep track of stuff that you already own. Say like there's like an option, you pick up like an object, it it'll flag it as you have this object, and if you didn't pick it up, then later on, if it checks that you have it and you don't, then you make it like a bad ending for not having it. Yeah, right? Very straightforward stuff like that. So let's say we do want to like stay inside and jump outside, but I guess for this one, let's go to like the label inside. Maybe there's like an option to go back outside, you know? So from inside, we can do like, we're gonna delete return because we're not gonna end here anymore. Um, say menu, and then we're gonna do like, actually, let's go outside. Sorry, I'm just thinking. A moment. Actually, let's go outside. And then we jump to outside. But we can also do, it's, I don't even, what would the characters do, right? Like, I don't know. Um, wow, I love my friends. No weighing right now. I should stop saying no weighing right now. That April Fool's bit has got me broken in the brain. Now we jump to like inside part two. Let's say like friends. Um, and we start another label friends. Say we do something like I'm gonna clear the scene. Scene. Background room. In theory, I think that like clears all the sprites on screen. Could always do like with fade, implying the passage of time. That's nice, Josie. So same background with fade. That should, in theory, clear all the sprites that are on screen. We're gonna do say, let me think about what we can do here. Hmm. let's call it like up here, right? Like it doesn't have to be here, but like let's call it here. We can put it like values can be put anywhere before they're actually called, right? So like I can put them on start and I can put them on inside. And I can put them on friends and they'll keep track of the values. These values will reset on a new run. Um, for values that don't reset on a new run, those are called persistent values, and we're not touching them today, but they are there just in case. Um, call this one um, wow. Wow equals 0. We're giving a value of 0. It isn't worth anything just yet. And then we call this one like amazing. And we got wow, amazing, right? Yeah, right. Actually, you know what? I have an idea. We call this one wow, and we call this one gun. This is the amount of times the gun has been shot. And let's say like if we're doing like a story about how many times Ace is gonna shoot the gun. Ace can shoot a gun maximum amount of times 4, right? Like there's 5 characters. And then 1 gun. So at most 4 people can die. That's crazy. Rip and kill tier. So 4 people can die. That's like the terrible ending, right? Sure, why not? Um and then well, there's also just like the other option, which is just wow. Wow. People don't die. We have a good time. I hope you can read my text. It's really hard because I'm not close to the. I am stretching my arm all the way out because the tablet screen is further away than usual. So what we want to do, right? Like if gun has been shot more than wow, bad end. And if wow has been shot, well, if wow has happened more than gun, good end. That's all we want. But then you're like, but what? But what if there's like the same amount? Just make it not be the same amount. We can just like since it's like an even number, like obviously there could be like an option to um give like +1 and to one and then +1 to the other. What we want to do is maybe like make it a +2 at some point, and then it automatically will be more on one side than the other, right? Hopefully we can make that happen. Um so how do we do that? You just fucking easy peasy. Actually, instead of like resetting the screen, we're just gonna give Ace the gun again. Call it like show Ace gun with the punch. And then we just keep making menus because it'll be fun. Trust. Um. Yeah. Yeah. Menu. Call this one shoot. Um. Jump. Shot one. Shot one. Actually, we can jump to next scene. Scene. Do I want to call shot one? Sure enough, shot one. Shot one. And then we give it before we jump. We give them like dollar sign indicates value, gun, and then +1. So now gun is equal to 1. Very easy. And then call this one wow. Wow. Um, actually, we'll call this one don't shoot your friends. Don't shoot your friends. Happy face. Wow. +1. Oh, right. This isn't working because there's no column. There. It works. And then we're still gonna do jump shot one. But like, what if a character dies, right? Like, if they shoot, first thing that'll happen, we're gonna do label, shot one. And then we're gonna do fucking if statements. We're gonna do if statements. Yeah, yeah. Let's fucking go. If statements. Let's go. I love if statements. They make me happy. We're gonna use them right. So like, someone dies, right? If actually indented has to be. If gun equals 1. Hello, hello, hello. Where is it? Sorry, my keyboard is in Spanish. My keyboard is in English, but I type in Spanish, so like it's not one to one to what I'm seeing on the keys. Sometimes it like throws me off. If gun more than 1, we're gonna kill off someone. Guys, let's run a poll. Who dies first? Not Ace though. This one's up to you guys. It's really funny. Trust. Who dies first? And all this one. Gab. Here. Chai. Made. I'll give it a minute. Feel free to vote on who died. Give it a minute, you know. Also, thank you for the people who have followed today. I haven't been calling out names today because I am kind of focused on this. But guys, please vote on someone dying. I need them to die. If not, I'll just go by like um order, you know, just like left to right. That's just what's gonna happen. Since it's a tie, I'm just gonna like go left to right. I think that'll just be a bit easier. Then, let's go Gab. So I think in theory, just like ease out. Show Gab. Shocked. With ease out. Bottom. Bottom, yeah. Because I was thinking, like, oh, ease out top. I'm gonna go flying up in the air. I know, I don't want to do that. So, show Gab shock with ease out button. Cool. Um, and then with V punch, I have died. This is gonna be annoying. Like, once you have like a bunch of characters and there's different interactions, it's either you recreate the scene with the missing characters, or there's a lot of if statements if they're actually alive or not. I don't usually do stuff that complex, to be fair, but give me a sec. I'm gonna turn on the lights on my room. Back in here. Okay. So we're just gonna keep it short. We're gonna just shoot 2 guns, perhaps. Maybe 3. We're gonna shoot 3 times just for demonstration's sake, because it's a lot. So with V punch, and then we get like a communal like gasps. No weighing right now. And then it's like I'm literally no weighing right now. Slash swag. We show made confused. And we put yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, say that's the scene. And then now we get Ace saying hee 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 hee. That was my goat. Lemon. So we go if gun, then we can go. Sorry, this section's a bit more confusing than usual. Else. If anything, I should keep track of who's died, right? So we're gonna keep track of who's died. I forgot that I should do that. If gun 0. In theory, it shouldn't be gun, because we're just like counting how many guns are, but we will keep track. Let's put if Gab true. I'm alive. If I'm false, I died. If true, then alive. If false, I died. I did. And same with like everyone else. But dear equals true. This is our default value. But chai equals true. And then is made equals true. Now I see an issue of what I've typed before at the moment. I put chai with like an uppercase letter when everyone else with a lowercase. I'm just gonna keep it consistent. Um so everyone is alive right now. No way, it's broken? It's broken because I've saved, but it's unfinished code. If I put a return, it should fix it, but we're not doing that at the moment. Right? Yeah. It loads in because it's just missing text. It's fine. Before the gasps, for this, we're gonna set this to gab equals dead. So gab equals. Where's the hello? Hello? Oh, false. I died. Um Imagine being the main character and then dying, like not even halfway through the story. That's crazy. That's what happened to me. Knowing right now. Else we're gonna go um things things. Oh yeah, if it's just WoW, then freaking let's fucking go, you know. So cool. Not shooting your friends. Shooting your friends. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ace. Wow. And this one said by Tyr, and this one said by Chai. Just making people say things. Ace is like, hee hee. Half the text for Ace is just going to be hee hee because it's funny. And then once it's out, we can just go do another menu. Since it's not within the indented if and else, it'll automatically, once it runs out of script, go jump directly to the menu or whatever text is at the bottom here. So like if I put like more dialogue from made, like wow, I hope that happens again. Um this can go for both getting shot and then also not that, because it's gonna jump from I'm literally nowhere right now. I hope it happens again. Or hee hee hee. I hope it happens again. That's what's gonna happen. Due to the way that we've set it up. I'm gonna put this together actually because it's like it feels. I think this should work. I don't I don't think I need to jump, but if I do, I will reorganize. And then we can just fucking copy the menu here. Because we're lazy devs. As God intended. Shot two. Shot two. Now let's say gun plus one. Which means that at this point it will be gun equals two. Or wow equals two. And say let's label shot two. And then now it's when like the silliness happens, right? Like if gun equals is equal or more than 1, but no, we want it to be like if it equals 1, because we don't want it to be more than 1 at this point. We actually do need to check if it's only been shot once or not. In this case, it doesn't really matter because like there's no shots before it technically. But in this one, we do need to like separate them. Um, or I guess we could always like start from like larger and then smaller. So let's say like equal oh, equal or more than 2, and then else if, which would be elif, gun equal or more than 1. Yep. Else. This is when wow is 2. In theory, we don't need the wow to like check, but it's just easier for like demonstration sake, I guess. Like show like numbers are going up. So this one would be like gun equals what? 2. Wow equals 2. So like let's put some story. If gun equals 2, then we kill off someone else. Let's copy this text. Make sure that the indentation's correct. Yeah, put some space between us. I think there's tier sad. Sad. ESAB one, and then we call this one tier false. And then we put made saying this is so messed up. They didn't teach me this at Harvard Harvard Business School. No. We put like show made happy neutral. And then show shy. Actually, I should probably keep chai chalked from the chalked shocked from the beginning. So let's do something like shy chalked, chalked, and he's the one saying gasps. Sure, why not? Something like that. Um, there's an error because there's still missing information. And we go, if gun equals 1, if gab Equals. True. This is where like you have to start keeping track of like all your values and stuff. Cause like I don't know what's fucking happening. This is like a series of like I would like write down like what goes on before like actually like writing it all in to the script for sure. I'd probably have like fucking pages on like okay so this does this and this does this. Perhaps a bit confusing. If Gab equals true, then Gab show Gab happy and I am alive. Trust. No, wait. That's if gun has gun. Um, pet else. We go something like that. Oh, never mind. So right. So if everything is like offset by one, you can always do like shift tab, and it'll like push it back one tab. That's mostly useful for stuff like copy pasting code, for sure. Nope, wrong indentation. There we go. And I am alive, trust. And this is like, wow. Oh, where was wow option? Because we didn't shoot anyone. It is very much just like very basic math. um, so we go. Tyr can still speak because Tyr's still alive. He's like, can't believe they shot Gab. Wow. Oh, actually, no, because Tyr dies if this second shot is shot. So we actually do kill Tyr. Sorry, dear. You're dead. It's fucked up in the head. I don't know why Ace would do this. That's messed up. And then, in theory, if I'm alive, just I don't think I need to put if I'm alive because in theory, like the gun only has been shot once and it has been this option, then I would be alive. But just in case we don't want any errors later, we're just gonna be like if gap true equals true. I will say something, so I'll be like, I can't believe you shot him. And then else, just like regular dialogue. This is just for not breaking stuff's sake. Technically, I should be alive if the shot has only been shot this second time around. Else, it's like, let's just try more dialogue. Else, hey, no. So now we have like our nested like if else's, right? Like so we have the else if, and else. And then within the else if there is like an if and an else. You can Just fucking keep doing that forever. You can have nested on nested on nested and it'll all work as long as it's like indented correctly. It's not ideal. You don't really want more than like one, but you can. That's always an option. It's real silly. Am I missing something? I am. I forgot to put the color. That should work. There you go. Notice how I don't have a return? It'll just automatically just fucking end the game. Um. Hello, world. Nice to meet you. Whoa, we're making a game. Stay inside. It's all my buddies. All my friends are here. We're going outside. What if we stay? Ace shot and we died. Right, right. It still has Shake. Let me delete Shake. Actually, Shake no longer with us. Goodbye, Shake. Save. This is why we try it out. This is why you also need to do a lot of like what's it called? Troubleshooting and like beta testing. Because like you don't want like stuff going through the wrong ending or the wrong label. Um so we stay inside. And then, wow, I love my friends, and Ace has a gun now. We're all gonna die. And then what if we shoot your friends, right? Thank you so much, Ace. Wow. Something went wrong. Now we do actually have to check. See, like, gun plus one, shot one, don't shoot your friends. I did shoot, but it didn't go through. So I need it to... Oh, I see the issue. I forgot the thing. So it has to be... Rookie mistake. Oh, it's like I'm missing something. Yeah. It's not actually counting the stuff going up if it's got nothing to count up. There we go. Now it should work. Stay inside. Lamau, my friends are here. I love my friends. Shoot. I didn't ease out bottom. Is it because it's V-Punch? Let's actually do that. Let's cap shot with V-Punch. Show. Show gap with ease out button. Shocked. Let's try that again. Because I used V-Punch, so it's like... Friends. By the way, on Ren'Py, if you scroll up, you can rewind on the story. And also go back to different options. Shoot. I should be dead there. I'm not sure exactly why I did wrong. Because, like, it's ease out button, right? Like, so it should, like, move down. Let me delete these two, perhaps? So let me, yeah, quit and then restart. Maybe it'll fix itself. Let's try our good old turning off and on again hack. Oh, there's an ad break. It is not doing it. Huh. Interesting. Let me check something. Mm. Well, the stuff is running. I'm gonna troubleshoot this for a sec. That should work, right? Maybe move out? I'm gonna go with move, I guess. Why is it not tripping? Interesting. I am quite confused. Once again, this should work. Hmm. Okay, so the thing is working as intended. Give me a sec. I'm still trying to see why isn't not working. I really don't know why move out button is not working because, like, in theory, it should move the character down and it disappears, right? It's not like there's like exit, right? I would even say it's like renpy transition character off screen. Bum, 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 bum. It is like a move out. Hmm. Okay, so I'm not wrong. It's just not working. Interesting. Why? Like, that should work. Is it saved? Shoot. Interesting. I'm just like, save a slot, whatever. Return. Let me reload the game. I am very confused as to why its stuff has started to break when I don't think I've ever had issues like this with very basic like menu stuff. I did like recently update it to be fair, but like I didn't update it to like a beta version. I updated it to like the stable. Interesting. Love my friends. Shoot. I should move out. No, what? Move out button should work. Gun jump shot 1 if gun equals 1. And the gun equals 1. And then the gasping is happening. If anything, the only thing that isn't working is the move out button. Or like ease out. Huh. Like that should work, right? All of my friends. Because like it is changing the character. It's just like maybe like I have to like tell it exactly where I am. So at left. Maybe? Save? No? That's not working. I'm confused. I really am. Shift though. Reload. Shoot. So V-Punch is working. Does ease out top work? I'd be confused as like if ease out like actually does work, but like one doesn't. Okay, it's not. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever had this issue before either. No, what? Because like I need the characters to like move out of the way with move out left. Like in an ideal world, I don't move out left, but like it's not loading. What? I am I I don't know what to say. You know, like that it should absolutely work. We've used easin before in the script. The daily login doesn't work because it was an April Fool's bit. Um, sorry. Because like we've been using like ease out, so I'm just confused as to like why doesn't it work? It may just be like this version of Ren'Py is a bit less stable than before. Like it really is just like I've never had these issues before. And I only recently uploaded what's it called? Up updated, yeah. I've only recently updated it, so like it may just be like this one doesn't really like me, I guess. Because I haven't had issues before. What was the last version? Last version I had was like a few versions ago, probably from like back in November, perhaps. I had to update it just so that like I could do the demo, but it is like interesting how stuff just breaks sometimes, I guess. Like to be fair, I will say the dev who runs Ren'Py, like it is like a group project, but it is like it is fairly updated. Like it's updated fairly often, so I don't doubt that stuff like this will be fixed in future releases. It's just unfortunate that it had to happen this way this time, you know? I really do think that Isauban should work. But like since it's not visually working, then I can't really do much. Like I need these characters to move out, right? But they're not. So I'm a bit confused. I'm not gonna make a terminal text adventure. Stay inside. Then I love my friends. Shoot. Yeah, that should work. I don't know what the error is. I really don't. Um, you know what? Just for that, I'm not gonna allow it. Um, it is a bit less silly of a day today, so. Thank you, sweets. Appreciate it. I really don't know what the error is, because like that should not give an error since it's like a default option that comes with Ren'Py. Like I have not touched anything that would make this break, which is why I'm just like confused as to why this is happening. This has stumped me more than the other one because it's not resetting, and I haven't touched anything regarding that one. Well, alas, what we're gonna do instead is just, I guess, pretend that it happened. Let's just see like the rest of the script. Shoot again. Okay, so it is like doing something because like it is counting like people and it's changing the sprites to what I think the sprites should be. So I'm just very confused as to like why the width is not working when it should. So you know, be like that. I didn't want to block it. It's fine. That's not with solve with fade with Eason bottom left. Yeah, Eason bottom was used earlier, and that one worked. Can always try doing like um maybe like show annoyed with East out. You seen East out bottom? Then in theory, like I don't know, maybe I can like see if it's working on the other scene. Go outside. Annoying right now. Hee hee hee. And it's not working. I what? I am very confused because that is like we're gonna ignore it. We're gonna ignore it. We're gonna ignore it. So fucking sure, right? It's crazy because the eSIM button does work. They're like everyone's like coming in from the bottom at the beginning of the second one, right? Like stay inside, and then eSIM bottom is working. Like they all pop in up by one. What? Like it's working. It's just not working out. It's working in but not out. I'm very kind of stumped to be honest by the situation I'm currently in because like it's like half working, I guess. Hmm, interesting. Well, since I can't um like die, I guess. How do I like turn off like a thing? I usually don't like just like turn off a sprite, so I'm just like turn off character sprite. Bye. Because usually, you know, you would ease out or like move out of the way out of the screen or reset the screen. Right? Like I don't know. I guess maybe dissolve, just fucking explode. Dissolve. Would this go well with pixelate? That'd be really funny. Wow, I love my friends. Shoot. It's not working. Why is it not working? I'm just so genuinely confused. Maybe hide? I mean, sure, I can hide. But like that's not the idea, right? Why not? Let's go back. Shoot. It's not hiding either. What? There we go. Shift O. Reload. Force a reload. Maybe it'll fix it. Oh, I love my friends. Shoot. Start. Stay inside. Love my friends. Shoot. Oh, there we go. Unfortunately, ease out is not working. I don't know why. I shouldn't need to fucking hide. um, unless I was doing it all wrong. Perhaps if I use like hide with ease out. Maybe we fixed it. Maybe we've learned a new thing, you know? Shoot. Oh, there you go. Alright. Hide with these out works. Sure. Why not? Successfully troubleshooted an issue that I've never seen before. Perhaps due to the fact that I haven't done this as much as I should have before doing this. But it's fine. We'll learn. I definitely do have to make a video now, though. Like, for sure, I need to, like, fix a couple things, make a video out of it, instead of, like, just the VOD. But we'll be there. But trust, there is better ways for me to explain these things sometimes. Don't shoot your friends. Surely, like, for the people who have used, like, Ren'Py, this was, like, a very obvious, like, idiot tell, you know? But, like, you know. Oh, that's crazy. Well, I guess I'll drink. I'll drink water. I'm just typing, so I don't really need to stretch. Thank you, Ninja. Appreciate it. Okay, so in theory, if we go back down here and we do hide, save, and then do another hide. Yeah, we're shooting everyone. Ace is shooting everyone until everyone dies. We're also troubleshooting some silly idiot ideas I had. Shoot. He fucking died. Wait, why the fuck did that sprite not change? What? Shoot. Okay, well, the sprite didn't change. Okay, fucking new funny thing that didn't work. Should I, like, show tier sad and then hide tier sad? Show tier sad. It's fucking interesting way of doing things, but sure, you know. Who am I to judge the fucking program? Shoot. Oh, there you go. That's better. We did it. We killed Tearsod. Now we go back here. Don't shoot your friends. It's so cool not shooting your friends. Thank you so much, Ace. I hope it happens again. And then we shoot. Perfect. Now we do have dialogue for people who are alive and people who are dead. Okay, cool. Working as intended. This was my plan all along. Now let's see. And then we go on and put a menu. I guess now we have to be like, let's copy all of this. It's kind of pain in the ass, but actually no. First, let's copy the menu itself. Shoot. Delete this. Has to be lined up. And then we're going to shot 3, because if we go to shot 2 again, it'll just go back to the beginning of this label. So there are a couple fun things that you can do when you reset a label. So like if you go to shot 3 and then have like an else if after doing a +1, technically you could shoot tier twice, but like tier wouldn't be there already. Label shot 3. We'll call this one. Just grab all of this again. Paste. And then we actually do have to like fix that. We're shooting mage this time. Made. Confused. I made. Confused. I don't actually know if you need to like put the whole thing. I usually do it though. With default, and then we put made false. You reckon that I do need to put like 2? Oh yeah, okay. Let's let's fix that. Wait, no. No. So I almost did something stupid. Alright, so this is setting made to false, and if you put two equals, it's like it's comparing. We're good. I almost did something dumb. And then we copy this, do that. That's crazy. And then if tier equals false, not true. This is so messed up right now. And then we go with this one. Why? Um, Maid is fucking dead. We don't need to show Maid anything. No. Alright. And now we can just like do an easier way to do this, just like do a jump. Um Say like endings. Since we're inside, we'll put inside and then endings, right? Just so that it's like a bit easier to like do this thing. Label inside endings. Gonna mess with that in a bit. Let me make confused inside, make confused. I'm not killing Chai, and therefore let's delete this one because it's just not being used. Computer shit. Let's go see this one messed up right now. In theory, this should work. I don't think I need to put elsif for this one, but if I do, I will. Who knows? We're all learning here, including myself. I am in no way a pro at Ren'Py. I just really like it. I just want more people to actually like try it out, you know? So labels and things. Let's actually choose an ending. So if gun has been shot more than 3 times. Yeah, if gun has been shot 3 times, I guess I don't know. 3, and then if gun has been shot more than 2. I'm gonna copy this because I can't do the less than equals n. If gun equals 3, if gun equals 2, if gun equals 1. Else. This one, if wow is high. What wasn't used either? We can delete wow. but it really doesn't do anything, so it's whatever. Actually, we can do something silly. If wow equals 3, we go outside. Jump outside. And now if wow is less than 3 or any other value, you lose. Bad ending. Ribozo. Show. Actually, hide window. Hopefully this works. Show. Bad end. Oh, CG bad end. With fade. Pause. And then we just was like, oh, actually no, this is good end. Good end because we had wow. And it was cool because almost because maybe no one died. Unless someone did rip Bozo. And we do return because that's like the end of that story. So jump, we'll go back outside. This is also like a kind of a reason where we should separate scripts because it's like all of this is one route. And then outside is just like this, right? So they've gone 3. Chai will say I can't believe you killed Triple Baka because 3 people are dead. Ace. Um show Ace out. This is so sad. Who could have done this? Who could have possibly done this? Question mark, question mark, question mark. And then we get Chai. Show Chai left. There we just go Chai. Oh, Ace, you're so silly. And then we show fucking bad end, right? Let's show hide window. Always hide window first. Show scene. I keep forgetting that it's like actually scene instead of show. Scene. You're gonna not much of a difference, but like I do like separating like stuff that looks like a background. Um or like takes up all the space in the screen. Scene CG bad end. Um with fade. Pause. And then there were 2. They maxed until they died. And then return, because that's the end. These are all gonna be bad endings, by the way. I've gone two. No, I guess we have to like check like who's alive, I guess. So if here and actually order Gab. Actually no, because it's two shots. So if Gab is true, true. If here is true, if mate is true. Else return. That else is there just in case it breaks. Like, yeah, you don't have to do it like this. I just think it's visually easier. Like, of course, you can do like if this and else if and then that. But I think this should work. And if it doesn't, I'll fix it later. And now this one will that's a kind of worms that we're going into after it's fixed. Gab is true. Then I'm like, Gab, wow, I didn't die. This is so cool. uh, else return. Actually, no, else default text. This will just throw it out if like something breaks. Because I do need it to like actually go to the next thing. Actually, I could just return because like it's not gonna return. It's not gonna actually do anything if it doesn't like find one of these. And then we put copy all of this actually. Paste. Else return. Has to be in like it's something. Ace path is aside, who could have done this? Oh, Ace is silly, blah blah blah. My friend is on another. It's a lot, but to be fair, I am just like making a script at this point. It is very straightforward if you like really think about it. It's just like to be fair, I am dealing with like values and I put like too many. Perhaps I should have cut it down to less, but it's more fun this way, so um it is very much just like if this then this for the most part. So like it's like if gun one gun was shot once. And then it's like checking like who died. Did someone die? Did like I die? Or did Tyr die? Or did Maid die? And if one of them is dead, um, we can still speak, but they can't because they died. So visually, it looks like ass, but it kind of makes sense once you get the hang of it. It is very straightforward. Yeah, Python is very much like I wish there was like more like things to visually see where stuff begins and ends for sure. Um, I do try to guide myself with fucking lines. It's really like just like very open to everything. And sometimes I like even get it wrong because I also like do like C sharp for like Unity. And like this, I'm like, oh, this does not like it doesn't like it because it's not indented. Like it has to be indented. Sometimes I also do like the fucking semicolon. It's like, well, it doesn't it just ends. It just ends because it just reads the line. It's kind of the way that it does it, I guess. It's not ideal, but actually, should I check if false? Mm, I mean, it would be the same, kind of, but organized differently. Uh, this is so sad. It's fine. That's fine. Whatever. We don't need it. We don't need to make it more complicated. Um, in an ideal world, I spend the time and I'm like, Ace will say who died. Be like, if this person dead, then Ace. Wogue, you know. Yeah, it is very much like, well, it sure is a way to do it. Like in theory, you could always like go to images and like made it like ace underscore pow, and then it's like, you know, like that. But since it's the way that Ren'Py likes to work, I just leave it like that. Um, see if there's true, then it's like very cool to be alive. This is so sad. My friend died. Comma. If made is true, then wowie. It still makes more sense than JavaScript. I haven't touched JavaScript with a 10-foot pole. I do have a friend who really likes it though, but and by really likes it, I mean they're a web developer. But, not me though. Wouldn't do that. Not to myself. Now if gun one, then I need to check if people are dead. So if Gab and can I do and? I don't know. Tear equals false. I hope that that works. I've never actually done like a if this and this. Um, if here and made equals false. If made and gab equal false. James was screwed with the devil himself. Surely it's not that bad. If given tier equals false, then made can speak saying like, and I'm alive and well. Um, if tyranny equals false, yeah, can say what the frog. This is so messed up. And then we put a fucking wait in the middle because let's remind you that you can always wait on the characters. If made a gap are false, then Tyr can say Lamau, Ribozo. Um, and then we can do like there. Call this one Who died lol. Um we have to move this one down. The fucking else turn. It's just in case it breaks. Calling a function from inside a string? Yeah. It truly is wonderful. It's like, well, you can't use like hashtags and like the other stuff in, but if you use curly brackets, that one does work. But like trust, it works. It works, trust. Among buzzers, it's bad. This is sad. My friend died. Oh, you're so silly. My friends. My friends. Ace, you're so silly. Blah blah blah. This is not. Oh, right. I need to narrator. This is not the good end. And now fucking playtesting this is piss and shit, so I'm just not gonna do it. We're just gonna load and hope that it works. So I'm not gonna shoot. Wow, I hope that happens again. And then don't shoot your friends. Wow, I'm alive. That's crazy. And then you shoot mid. I can't believe you shot them. That's crazy. This is so messed up. What the frog? This is so messed up. Ribozos? Only one person died. Okay, actually, let me check. What are we doing wrong? Can't believe you shot them. That's crazy. This is so messed up. What the frog? This is so messed up. So we are here. One person got shot. Bozo, just one. No, this has to be just equals, right? Like, and then equals. I don't really like doing that, but sure. Shoot. Interesting. Does it actually check? Here, Lamar proposal. This is all messed up. I did this wrong. It's not Elsa. Yeah, yeah, I know. I'm just like I think I also like confused the gun one and gun two, to be fair. Because like I'm not dead. Most people are alive. So technically it should be like true. But like I'm calling it because it's like, oh, they're dead. So technically this should go here. And then I can fix the stuff. And then we can do like blah blah blah. Yeah, that should work. Um Something like that. And Elif. I know you're broken. Right. Yeah. And then I don't want to like. It is like me being lazy, to be fair. But like, I don't want to be like, and it's checking this, and it's checking this. Eh. Um. Stay inside. Lama lama. Oh, I love my friends. Win. Made a game. Load. Shoot. And then don't shoot. So you see, this is what happens when you copy paste half the string. Shut to. Um. No. Don't shoot your friend. I messed up even harder. That's crazy. Um, I'm also fucking tired. Sorry. But it's okay because two died Lemon. Um, the ending was correct, but the fucking thing wasn't. Like, to be fair, that is my bad, and I am running on like 4 hours of sleep. My bad. Sorry. I shall fix it. If con equals 2, blah blah. Mm. I have no idea what's going on. I mean, for the most part, it works. I just like lose track of like what I'm doing when there's like so many options, right? So it's like, yeah, this is fixable. It's just me being an idiot and just copy pasting half the code just because I don't want to like retype it. um, so I'm just like not actually keeping track of like what's actually going on the screen. I'm just like, oh, copy paste, because it's like very repetitive because it's not to be taken seriously. To be fair, um, show tiers that these have people. I feel like I'll actually have to fix it later because if I just sit down here, I just might as well like start over a little bit to actually pick up like what's going on. But like, you kind of get what the point was, I think.
If number go up, then silly go up. And then at the end of the day, you do some math and it chooses the ending. I'm just bad at math. This shall be fixed in post. Trust, trust. Um, but yeah, that's also like the necessity, the not necessity, but just like it's good to like troubleshoot your story before like making it right. Like last thing you want is like to like compile the game and it's not done. But if you were to want to compile the game, build distributions, and then it'll automatically do it. And then just build. We're not gonna do that right now though, because it's broken. But you know, there is a build button for it. This is mostly for the VOD watchers that are gonna like come in later, because I know there's a couple of people who wanted to like see this. Um, nah, do it live. I'm gonna scream if I have to do it live. Hi VOD watchers, hi VOD watchers. Um, so it is like a lot. So instead, we're I guess just gonna like simplify this a little bit. Um, dude, I will have to like delete most of it if I do that though. Or what we could do is just new file, and this one's gonna be called um broken route. Oopsies. Oh, rename .rpy. Yeah. Oopsies. My bad. And then we can just fucking cut. But actually, do I want to cut it from point? Yeah, I kind of want to cut it from that point. That's fine. We're good. Um, get to the park. Since we're outside, let's give ourselves just like one value, just one, to keep track constantly. Oh, ads are incoming. I'm gonna just do this like silently for a little bit. Mm, I'll do a gunshot. I'm just gonna do gun again. Do gun equals 0. And then we do uh just to like reiterate how like it works, but like on a smaller scale, right? So menu. We're gonna call this one ending. Label ending. Go to end. We can now jump to that one whenever that happens. Menu. This one. Ace shoots. Then jump. Ace shoots. Call this one. Put the gun down. Jump. Okay. Very easy. Sorry the VOD is gonna be like fucking 10 hours long. My bad. It's a lot. down. It is same. And then ace shoots. We're gonna put gun out. And then we put like nothing changes. Right. Um, and then what we do is we have to label ace shoots, and then label no gun. Ace puts the gun down. Show ace out with V punch. Made. Made says no. No. Bad. No. Stop. 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 So in theory, this time ace has no gun, and we jump to good end. We don't need to jump to good end, but it already is like a thing. Technically, we can just like delete this, and it's like good end. My God. And then what we can do is actually we can do the who gets shot? Fucking me, I guess. Show. Yeah, shocked. With V punch. So it should be with H punch actually. With V punch and then hide. Yeah, shocked. With ease out. What the fuck else did we do? So I died. I was like, whoa, what? No way. It's like, no, I missed. This ace was gonna shoot mate actually, but it didn't happen. Show ace pouting. And this is where this is like the bad end. So let's fucking tag it bad end. And this is good end. And actually it's just like choose end. Choose end. Just to use the value, we go label, choose end. it would be like if gun out is more than oh right 0.62 more than one. It shoots. Jump. It shoots. Else. No gun. Jump. Jump. No gun. Easy peasy. This one should work. No issues. And then we just do like one of these that end. Lose. Someone died. So it would be just gap die. um yeah, let's do that instead. Go outside. Cheeking my boots for real right now? Hee hee. Whoa. Ace shoots. I'm dead. No way. No, I missed. And I die. The end. Crazy. I feel like I've wasted a lot of time, unfortunately. I do kind of feel bad for the people in the VOD sometimes. But it's fine. But yeah, this is also the moment where we would be dragging audio into the files. So let me do just that actually. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go to our main file thing and click on the audio here as well. Either way, what we're gonna do is we're gonna move the music, SFX, and typewriter sounds in. What I can do is just additional notes go in here. Audio and images can go in here, and it can replace the files or whatever. In an ideal world, I type it all out, but you know, if you have the files themselves, then you know, feel free to. I'm gonna move the audio back just for me. You don't have to type all of this out. I'm just gonna, you know, type it out for demo purposes. Again. That being said, do delete this one because it's not working. And also this is not being used at the moment. We still haven't gone back to this. There's still the other section. So that's what we're gonna do right now. We're gonna add some music, we're gonna add some sound effects, and then we're gonna like do some silly little things right at the end here. So yeah, we're gonna do new file, audio for me, .rpy. Yep. And I'm gonna leave it open for now, I think. We're not touching it. Let's see. Demo and script. I want to start a loop of some sort, perhaps, before the stuff appears. So what we're gonna do is set up our Let me remember the audio names actually. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. This is like the thing that I like never get to do, like the polish part with like adding all the sound effects and stuff. So I am kind of new to this bit. Be patient with me. Um I think we are gonna have to do this. Okay, okay, okay. I've thought about it, and now I know what we're gonna do. Okay, trust, trust. I'm gonna explain how audio kind of works in Ren'Py first, because it's not super complicated, but it is like a lot again. So Ren'Py has like 4 default tracks that can run simultaneously and independent of each other, right? Run. We're gonna use 3 of them. They're called music, sound, and voice. We're not gonna actually use voice today, but it is like an option. Music, and sound, and voice. The 4th one is audio, just like an audio track, but we're not using that one today. We're gonna put this one in parentheses because we're not gonna use it. You can also, as always, you can add your own custom version of a track if you want. But for these purposes, we're just gonna use music and sound. That's just like the background music and the sound effects. And voice would be where all the voiceovers would stay, right? If you want to know more about that, inside of the audio.rpy file, there is like a link to a tutorial because I'm not gonna go into it. It is like Excel sheet stuff. And I think that's too complicated for what we're currently doing. So the main stuff that you can use for music, sound, and voice is the commands that are like play, stop, and cue. Let me put them like in order. So obviously play just like plays the sound. Um Plays the sound once. Cue plays the sound after the first sound is done. After whichever like music or SFX that you go, it's gonna put it in a queue. Just it's gonna play one first and then the next one. Obviously, it is very straightforward. Stop, stops the track. Right? Easy peasy. So if you want to like do something, it would be like say play music and then where the file is. It's like song.mp3 or whatever within the stuff. It won't appear here, right? So like if I want to play music, I probably have to put it like play music. And now it works, right? Does it? I don't know. Maybe. Um where is this? It's like within. So it's like slash music slash blippy drams. .mp3. Now, why is it giving me an error? I don't know. It works. So, wouldn't be able to tell you. Let's go back to the main menu so that it's not too loud. This works. Right? We have play music, and it's playing. Um, so, that works. What happens if it's like running out after? We just like queue music and then just like copy. And then what's another track we have? We have study and relax. Why not? You have to call it exactly what the file is so that it works properly. And we can also say like, I don't know. Actually, instead of queuing, we're gonna loop it, right? First we're gonna loop it. Loop. Or rather, okay, let's do a double thing. Okay, so this one is no loop. And we're gonna like maybe fade in so that it's not like jarring when it like comes in, and then loop this one. And then also fade it in. A different amount of time. So like we fade it in for like half a second and then fade in for like 1 second. So now this is like it's gonna play this entire song first and then it's gonna start looping this one if it ever gets to the end. Of course our game is like pretty short, so the chances of getting to the end are pretty low, but you know, if it works. Um but like what if our like music is too loud? That would be fucked up in the head, right? Um so there is a way to like set the volume on its own, which would be like um we can set like volume and then once again 0 to 1 would be like 0% to 100%. So the volume would go like 0.3, right? That's 30. But like, you know, what if like all of the tracks are really loud? This is where we can go into the options. So we can add options and define them and configure them as we want, besides the ones that are like coming in here on default, right? So there is a setting for sounds and music. It already comes like here to begin with. So what we can do is like add to it. We can define config dot default music volume. And we set it to like 0.7. And then all of the music will be at 70% volume, right? These can all be like independent from each other. We can put this one as SFX. And we can put this one as noise. Since there's no voice, it doesn't really matter, so you can put it at 9. And SFX, I can make it maybe like 65 because like those can be kind of loud. Yeah, like 60, you know. It doesn't matter. Or 0.6, the same thing. So now like automatically it will be like super blaring on my ears when the music starts. I don't think the audio is going through with the desktop audio, so give me a moment. Thinking about how to actually like push this through. Source maybe audio source. Location capture. And then we're gonna capture the Delta launcher. Wait, what the fuck is this called? Demo day? There we go. Like in theory, that should play. We're gonna put it a bit lower than what it actually is. But now in theory, if we save, just in case, always save, and press play, the audio is like lower than it actually was. But I still feel like it's a bit too loud. So we're gonna go menu. Going back to options, and we're gonna put default music volume, and I'm gonna put it at 5. Just for my own sake, to be honest. Now, in theory, once this reloads, it should be lower. I don't see it being lower. Truly a wonder of its time. Good night, Flick. Thank you for hanging out. Can always lower the volume. Let me close this. Oh my god, I just got going right now. So wait a minute. Instead of this right now, I'm gonna go into the volume of the tracks themselves, just because. And volume. Now I'm gonna put 0.5. That's volume 0.5 as well. This is not absolutely necessary. This is definitely just like a me thing. Yeah. Yeah. Playing right now. So back to the main menu. Yes. And that's on that. What we can also do is add sound effects. We're gonna move this one over here. So like if Ace shoots the gun, we play a sound effects, right? So play. And then what names for the stuff do we have? SFX. We do have gunshot, so play. Gunshot. Wait, play as a sound. Gunshot. .mp3. But since it's in the SFX folder, it's actually SFX. I think. Yeah. There we go. Hi, it's me. We're adding gunshot sounds to my game. So now if we go here and we make Ace shoot the gun, someone gets shot. I do find it a bit loud though, so I'm gonna like lower the volume for it a bit. 0.7. That being said, I do think that the gunshot is a bit delayed, and that thing I just think like I can time that better if I cut the audio up a little bit on the Audacity or something. But you know, it does the job. It's so cute. Yeah. I'm doing a demo of how to work with Ren'Py. I'm gonna leave the bot up on YouTube probably for people to follow. But I do want to make a video again because like I feel like I've rambled on a couple stuff, so I can definitely make this shorter now that I've actually done it once. Thanks, Demi. But yeah, I think also one of the things that I really like doing for audio. Actually, now I will like move the last thing into it, which is the audio.rpy. We're gonna replace the one that I'm currently working with. Is the typing sounds. I put in here a modified version of an add-on that I've seen before. So whenever any character that has this add-on on will be able to do little clicky sounds when they speak. Not, I mean, technically you can change the clicky sounds into like whatever you want. Right now it's on like typing sounds, but like if you make it like one sound to repeat itself, you can make it just sounds technically, right? The sounds are up to you. This is just a way to like make it repeat itself every time like you're like a character's typing. That being said, I don't know if you've noticed, the text itself kind of like automatically just goes in like all at once. And honestly, my preference is that like I would rather have like letter by letter appear. So what we're gonna do first before looking into the audio.rpy that came in with the assets is we're gonna go into the options menu and we're gonna go into preference defaults. And this one that says text characters per second, I'm gonna like up it. Honestly, I put it at 70. You can put it like 35. 35 is good. That's just how many characters appear on screen at the same time. I'll put it like 50 right now. You know, why not? So 50 characters per second, we save. And now if we start, the characters will come in and out. I feel like it feels nicer. It's just more of like a visual thing. But it feels nice. It helps with pacing for sure, right? Go back to my menu, just so that I don't have to like hear the loop. And now we can go into like the actual like clickety clackety of like stuff being typed, right? What we can do is make it so that people use it, right? This text, you don't really have to touch it. It should work perfectly fine on its own. But what does change is like the sounds that you choose, right? Like, so there's like A audios and B audios. And here it's just like audios under A are regular taps at medium intervals, and B audios are light taps at smaller intervals. What you can do is choose between whatever you want. If you comment out one, you can choose the other, right? There are ways to like just change this to whatever you want. If anyone's interested, you can ask me later. But like, this comes in, it works perfectly fine, right? So to make characters actually type with sound, what we're gonna do, we're going back to define character, and then we're just gonna like do it like a callback thing. So let me check just in case. Because I don't want to like type it wrong. All right, so I'm gonna do comma callback equals type sound, and that's because like under this one, actually is it the same? No, it is. It is defined as typing sound right now, so technically I should make it typing sound. I did change it. That is my own bad. That's why we check. So right now it is defined as typing sound. As long as you put typing sound at the end of one of these characters, they will be able to use that. So like I'll put it under everyone, everyone gets it. But now it's different. Like if say the narrator who isn't defined as anything speaks, it won't be doing that sound while the rest is. So if we go to demo and let's say we go to here and we say something like, and in that moment, dot dot dot, Ace pulls out the Glock. Exclamation point, one exclamation point, right? All of this text will be with sound, but this won't, and then this will be again. So let's just see it. Now, I don't know if I can hear because of the music or not, but it should work. So instead of like showing you here, because like I think all the music and stuff is just pretty hard to hear, I'm gonna open like the other one that has it, just because it's a bit easier for me. Move this down. Start. Okay, let me change the application to that other one. Let's hope I don't cringe at my own typing. So I think what's happening is like the sound is very like low, but like you know you can always like change the volume in game. So like the narrator itself does not have anything, but when the character is speaking, it does do the like clickety clackety, right? In theory, you would like audio balance this before like setting it out, right? You get the idea. Silent for nothing, and then like when they speak, typing. It helps out. It's just like a little thing that like adds to the experience, I guess. But it's just like that. Um, yeah, let's just quit. Very straightforward. We take it. We take these. Yeah. I think maybe partially why it's not loading, it's because they are under like SFX, maybe like because it's under typewriting sounds. So like if there are any issues, oh, there you go. If there are any issues, you can always just like bring them out, put them back into just like the audio, and then delete the typing sound folder. Because like right now it's searching the audio and then immediately. So it should work now. There's nothing in the typing sounds because I moved them back in here. And we delete that. And then in theory, that should work. Yep, there we go. Um, yeah. We're good. So yeah, working as intended is just my bad for putting it in a folder. Because in theory, if you want to change the folder, it would be another thing, and then type writer sounds. Right? That's just like the main issue that I just got, but that's easily solvable. Now, what else am I missing? I think I've run through like most of the stuff that I wanted to like show. Hmm. I mean, I guess like for one more thing, what we can do is like we can have like dynamic characters. Um, these are for the most part I've only used them to like not show a character's name for a couple lines. Right? You can change the character's name on the fly. That's mostly what it's used for, I think. But let me set it up. You know, why not? So we define Gab as Gab, but instead of character, we're gonna call this one a dynamic character, and then we're just put name Gab. Sure, you know, why not? And then when we actually want to call them, let's see, how does it exactly work? All right, so on the first one, right, we don't know the character. We can always be like, okay, so the value, the name of characters are string values, like they just saved like the string. So name underscore Gab name underscore Gab equals question mark question mark question mark question mark. Sure. There's like an obnoxious car outside that's like blowing a horn. Give me like a moment. I can't think when like cars are so loud. All right. So we're gonna do name of the Gab question mark question mark question mark. Right. So now if I speak, it'll say question mark question mark question mark. Welcome making a game. And then just maybe if I introduce myself right, like, hi, I am Gab. Welcome to the Ren'Py demo. Feel free to watch the VOD later. But now that I said hi, I'm Gab, I can switch my name to Gab. So like, I would just copy this and put it in the correct indentation and set it to Gab. So now if we put this, in theory, Sorry? You don't know who I am. And then it'll just be Gab for the rest of the game. And then I die. That's crazy. Very straightforward. But yeah, I think that's like the main things I wanted to like show. Um there's like more stuff. I would like to do this again a little bit, maybe like if I have more time to like organize myself. I just kind of wanted to do this to try to do this, but I will probably be making like a video with like a script probably. Or at least some form of script. Not maybe like one-to-one reading out loud, but yeah, let's hope that I can like cut out some of like the extra stuff that I added that may have taken me a bit longer, like troubleshooting and stuff. But at the same time, it's like the troubleshooting is part of being a game dev. So like a lot of the time you'll find like stuff that it's like, oh, it's not working, and it's like, is it a me problem? Is it a Ren'Py problem? Sometimes it was a Ren'Py problem, and sometimes it was a me problem because I didn't quite understand how it worked. So sometimes you just need to like search around and find the way to like fix it, right? You could always just ask people if you know anyone who also works on stuff like that. Um, feel free to ask me if you have any questions. If you're watching the VOD, um, that's pretty fun. I think what I'm gonna do is like later I'm gonna fix the broken route, and I am gonna put it back with the rest of the demo assets on the itch. I'm just gonna add it as a second file that you can download. Um, all of these files are free. Feel free to use these assets on any non-commercial stuff, and if you ever make like a game or something, feel free to show me. I would love to see it. Thank you so much for like hanging out. I had a lot of fun. I do think that I could have maybe done better, but this is how we learn. It's been a while since I've taught anything to anyone. Um, and I hope that it was like understandable. Um, what I'm also gonna do when I upload the file, I will annotate most of it, so like kind of get exactly what everything does. Uh, so I do want it to be like a project that if you ever want to come back to it, you can like read out like the stuff without necessarily having to sit through like the like 4 or 5 hour VOD. Um, it's always good to have stuff annotated, especially when you're starting out. It's just like, oh, I don't know how this works. Yeah. There was another add-on that I wanted to show, but like I think I have run like most of my energy out. So if anyone is interested later on, feel free to DM me about it, and I will set up another day for it. Okay. Um. Yeah. I think it's time. It's time to go. Actually, who's alive? Let me check who's alive. Right. Oh, Ace is alive. Cool. Let me just rate Ace. Ace is one of the people featured in the current stream. Um. Also, yeah. Big thank you to like Tirsad, May Mage, Ace Mio, and Chai Vixen, for letting me use their character likenesses on the assets. And thank you everyone who watched and will be watching later. Yeah. Let me do some raid. Raid. We're gonna do a raid into a Mew. I'm quite low in energy now. I hope that this was like legible, like intelligible. You know, like I feel like I it's hard for me to actually like stay on track, right? So I hope that it was like fun and I hope it was educational to some degree. Thank you so much for hanging out.